No one Hello, Antoine, do you hear me? No. Mm, mm.
Good morning, Elena. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. And do you hear me?
We cannot hear you.
You didn't hear me?
Your your microphone is on, but
you
just set the settings. At the bottom of your screen, there is an option about the microphone. Just check the settings.
Yes. You didn't hear me, yes?
Elena.
Yes, me, Helena. Yannis. Yeah. Yes.
Έχει στείλει τώρα δύο. Είναι με τα γυαλιά που είναι εδώ.
Ωραία.
Εδώ. Έχει στείλει δύο. Θα βάλει το 28 Πέμπτου, αν δεν θέλει να το κάνει μόνη της. Όχι αυτό. Τώρα τα αφήνω και τα δύο εδώ, γιατί μπορεί να...
Είναι στο SS3, έτσι.
Έλα. Ναι. Ναι.
Ναι.
Ναι. Ναι.
Do you hear me?
Γιατί? Ναι. Να μιλήσει, θες να μιλήσεις και εσύ από εκεί να δούμε? Ναι. Δεν ξέρω. Να είναι ο Στέλιος εδώ να το δει. Ναι. Περίμενε, εντάξει. Ναι. Ναι, οκ. Έγινε. Ναι, γεια.
Anyway, are you going on the tour?
No, I have to make some, presentation thing with Anna, because we were doing that together, and we were
Yes, I saw that.
we just came together this evening, because Patra live in Athens. So we did it all, from out far away, and now we have to, make some practices about that.
Okay.
And we want to be ready for tomorrow. Take a
So
little.
on site, virtual,
Yeah, this is, yeah.
and then on site. So just one virtual.
Yeah.
And
We have, the ladies from the United States.
oh, she is Irina Bond.
Yeah,
from US.
she's from the US. I got her presentation now. She's from, sorry. Yeah, I think this is here. She has two presentations. The Romanian girl. Ella.
Yeah.
Πώς το λένε, έχουμε ένα πρόβλημα, δεν ακούμε.
Κατάλαβα.
Θα έρθει ο Στέλιος. Εντάξει, θα το δει.
We come for the lady that has a problem with the voice. We cannot hear her.
So he's just working on it.
Yeah, she's working on it. We're trying to see what's happening. The guy, he's gonna come and see it again.
So I'm sitting here.
You're sitting here. The one who top sits here. I will have everything for you. You can move a little bit when you need something from the PC, but they are standing here so they can see their
Yeah.
PCs and talk. And you can
So I should maybe have this.
Yeah, of course, and you can
read off of here.
yeah. Just to say a little bit things about the presenting them. I mean, just the name of the author and the title, yes, and then you can leave some space for them to say some things about themselves.
Okay.
And then you'll find 20 to 25. It's a little bit flexy, and you have these things. You're counting the time. Don't to exceed from 25 minutes.
Well, I show them, you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
But then it's a virtual.
Okay, you can, okay, it's okay, it's okay, yeah.
And then it's an hour and a half and we end at 1:00.
Yeah.
So I'm also trying to pace it.
It's okay.
But you're saying each person has about
20 minutes. But if somebody wants to exceed it 5 minutes, we're not so,
Yeah, that's
straight.
right.
Yeah. We don't cut people from saying what they want to do. Yeah, democracy. I will always say that now, it's my word. I will always say that.
Okay.
I will be in the class, so you don't.
Yeah,
I
okay.
will be in the room. In case you need something. Because we should set, because they are virtually in here, it's hybrid, and we need to get connected first. Oops.
Okay.
He's coming from the voice. He will be here.
He's figuring it out, yeah.
First, and then have guys, I have to, it's not virtual, we have a few here. But they are, some. Sharing. From purpose. Yeah. Twice.
Oh,
First time in my life.
okay, I'm the chairperson. I'm JK, yes.
It's my first conference here, as student.
Started doing here? Yes, okay. Oh, you do one and then someone else and you come back?
My PhD coordinator, first research, and the second I did by myself.
Okay. Romania.
Yeah.
All right. Simona Andrea Simonu? Is that right? You say it.
Mona Andrea Schumann.
Suman. Suman. Suman.
I've never spoken publicly as in English.
Okay.
Hey, I hope not to speak of Balkanic English.
Well, I'll be right here and you can ask me anything. I'll just be right there. You'll be here.
I will stand.
You could if you want. Do you want to stand or sit?
I will be more comfortable standing, not sitting.
All right, so the technical person,
Because maybe I want to show something with the slides.
but then if you stand, you might be in the way.
Yes.
Yeah, so why don't you come up here?
That will- And I clicked to change the
I think
slide?
so. The technical guy is out there. He'll come in and show you.
Okay, yeah.
You can ask him about if you stand, then it will be in the way of that.
You're right, you're right.
And you would speak into this. So you can move over until it's in the right place.
So I have to have this because if I,
Yeah, you want to read part of it or?
part of it, yes.
He's out there.
Yes, it's okay.
So you can ask him that.
I will see at the first presentation.
Yeah,
how
yeah.
Works are done.
Yes,
Things are done.
yes.
I have nothing to lose. It's not an exam.
No, you're good. Nothing to worry about.
Nobody's here. I'm here with you. Yeah. Always wants to change. Η κοπέλα που είναι πετσό δεν μας ακούει. Εδώ. Oh. Can you talk a little bit so we can see if we can hear you now? Can you,
Can you hear me?
can you hear me? Ah, Helena.
Yes, I hear you. And you hear me?
I can hear you a little bit, but not so much.
It's
Ναι.
better now.
Τώρα εντάξει.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you a little, but it's so slow.
So slow. Že mě slyší strašně potichu, nevíte, jak si to dodat? Já to mám tady v tom někde. Ještě? Musíte to dát.
Ναι, είναι πολύ χαμηλό. Can you move a little bit closer to your microphone?
No, my microphone is in my computer.
Now, yes, this is the fact. Your microphone is really, 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 away from your mouth, and we cannot hear you, but we can hear you a little bit.
Is better? Is better
Yes,
now?
this is better. We can hear you a little bit. Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Tady to ještě navíc umřeji, když se to jde.
You should be very, very close to your microphone,
Yes.
so we can hear you. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we are better now. Close your microphone at the moment, and when we'll start the session. And I will let you know when you have to present. You can share your screen.
Yes. It's better.
Thank you so much. We can hear you, but I think it's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Já nemám ale mikrofon.
Καταλαβαίνεις τώρα, Είναι πολύ κακός ο ήχος.
Tak mám mluvit do těch sluchátek. Jo, počkejte. Tak počkej. Wait a moment, please. Ondřej, kam to mám nastrčit? Sluchátka. Tady? Ne. Mikrofon právě. No ten tady není, ale... Tady tak.
Sorry, can you hear me, Elena? Elena?
Yes, yes.
Do you have something near your microphone or up your laptop, something? No.
Tady jsou sluchátka. Wait a moment. Tady mám počítač. Wait a moment, please.
Yes, yes.
Is now better?
Yes, great. Great. We can hear you now. Thank you. This is better. Yes. Okay. Great. So close your microphone now. We are all set.
Jenom jeden, no. Tam mi takhle nakoupili, jako no. Ach jo.
Mikrofon.
No, takže jako... nevím. To nejde. Když to je spojený tady jako takhle, protože to je zase takový moderní změna. Máme mikrofon.
Elena, you can just keep it because we can hear you now after you put that microphone.
Time before, now do you hear me now? No.
I can hear you, but I was hearing you better with the microphone.
Yes. Takže hlavně, že vás vůbec slyšíme.
Πώς φαίνεται?
No jo, ale...
Yes.
Tak já to nezastrčím do toho, jako...
Τα λέει και στη γλώσσα της.
To Ondřej, počkejte.
Ναι, to neprosím.
Co?
Έχει ένα headset.
Ježiš, teď jsem opačně? Proč jsem opačně? Co se vytočila? Kamera spadla.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's okay.
Ale já ji neslyším.
Don't panic. It's okay. Don't panic. Take your time. Don't panic.
Ne, to není ono.
Η γιαγιά τι κάνει από πίσω?
Se do toho ten zvuk.
Αλήθεια τώρα.
Kamera, takže kamera. Teda u mě to funguje na ty sluchátka. No jo. Nebudeme se přesvědčit. Tady jsou nějaký, ne, to se nebude přesvědčit.
Έχει πανικοβληθεί εντωμεταξύ.
Takže znovu, tak ne. Si zkuste. Protože on ten zvuk jde do těch sluchátek. Tady zkuste zvuk. Ne, to není, to je tady nastavený jsem do toho totiž nějak jako... A nebere ten zvuk ta kamera spíš, než ten počítač? Jo.
Elena.
Yes.
I think we are all set. Just close the camera and the microphone because I have to start the meeting now.
Yes.
And we will call you when you have to be, presenting to share your screen, okay?
Yeah, can you try to, can you, yeah, can I share the screen now to try or?
Don't share it now. Don't share it now. We will share it in the third. You're the third. So I
Yeah,
will let you know. Okay. Just close the microphone and the camera, and I will let you know. Okay.
Yes, is it better now? When I
Yeah,
hit
yeah, yeah, yeah. We can hear you now. We can hear you.
yes,
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
yes. Thank you.
Okay.
So that's.
It's recorded. This is recorded. So you're not presenting.
They are presenting.
Okay. Okay. So I have everything here, everything set. Yeah, yeah.
And there's two of them, so.
Yeah, they can stay. Or we can bring another chair. It's okay, and you can pause. We have another. Yeah, yeah.
But for me, when I speak, should I be speaking into that?
Yeah. You want?
No, sure, but I should sit there to get it started and then move out of.
Yeah, yeah. I will just leave. Just setting the WebEx and to be ready
Right, yeah.
for everybody, so everybody can hear us.
Yeah, you'll be able to do this, yeah, yep. So maybe you could stand here. Well, no, but I'll move out, right? No. However you want to do it, yeah.
Στέλιο. Εντάξει. Θέλει και αυτό το χρόνο του. Πού να το βάλω να μην ενοχλεί. Αυτό το OK εκεί πάνω πώς θα το... Όχι.
Για πήγαινε δεξιά, προκειμένου τώρα να πάει σαν να βλέπει μια άλλη οθόνη.
Okay, we're done.
Στέλνεις από εδώ, σαν να είναι εδώ.
Okay, κατάλαβα. We're ready to start. So, Jeffrey is your chair. Welcome.
How do we advance the slide before we start? Okay, I can see.
The arrows.
Just the arrows, perfect.
This is on.
Yeah, they're moving.
Okay.
Everything set.
Carolyn,
Oh.
you have the microphone.
So I'll just introduce you.
Oh, okay.
You can take the chair. You can sit here. The other lady sits there.
Okay.
And you're ready.
Oh, he sits here.
Why are you talking to that?
No, that one's off. I think it's red. Oh, wait, here, I'll put it back so you can see our names.
Shut the door.
Okay. Welcome to the Qualitative and Quantitative Methods in Libraries International, 15th International Conference. And we are here, the subject is Health Information Services. I'm your chair, J.K. Kelly. And first up, we have synergistic collaboration to combat neglected diseases. And I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Friel. I'm a medicinal chemist, so I'm a little out of my league in this group of librarians, and I will let Irina.
And my name is Irina Bond, and I'm a librarian at the we both work at the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences. And we're very happy to be here with you today. Are you all librarians? Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Great. Great to meet you. I think Carolyn will start, and then we'll alternate with her as well. I can. Slides,
Oh,
if
okay.
you want.
No, I need to see it.
Oh, sure. You want
Thanks. I can see it, thanks.
wanna-
So basically what Irina and I think the most interesting thing about the presentation is that it's a chemist that collaborated with a librarian. And we've been collaborating for over 15 years now. And we do a lot of work where we get our funding source from actually library sources that are really interested in informatics. So we work at the pharmacy school, and one of the problems that we've been tackling is research in neglected tropical diseases. It's a nice area for an academic chemist to work into because neglected diseases don't have a lot of drug companies looking to discover new drugs because there's not a lot of profit margin. So that's basically why they don't look. So it's a great area for academic chemists to look at. So we've been doing this now for a couple of years in my lab. So it's a big problem because they're really poorly funded and there's not a lot of new drugs coming on the market. Okay, so one of the solutions is to have academic partnerships with some larger open source drug discovery groups. Two of the groups that we really work with are the DNDi and the Open Source Malaria Group. And both of those groups allow partnerships with academic institutions as long as the academic institution basically says we'll never patent anything that we make. It's actually open source, and we agree in writing that anything that we make is available to anyone that wants to bring it to market. Okay, so the outline we'll just go through is, this hasn't actually moved forward. So you guys can't see what we're looking at.
Oh.
If we look, it's not actually advancing. I'm not sure.
Let's see.
Yeah. So our slides are advancing, but your slide's not.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, I didn't use the mouse.
Okay.
It's not in presentation mode.
I think this is,
Oh, put it on presentation.
yeah.
I just realized we're on our title slide
But
here.
it's in Greek.
No, they're moving? No.
No.
Το είναι ο projectors,
Yeah, in a presentation.
Όχι, είναι ο projectors. Δεν είναι το ποντίκι. Εδώ γυρίζει, ο προτζέκτορος έχει κολλήσει, το
Yeah,
βλέπεις.
do it on project.
Yeah, I will do
Κάνουμε όπως θες.
Να το πάρουμε εδώ.
No, it's here. If you open that.
Εμείς έχουμε ανοίξει το ίδιο αρχείο δύο φορές.
Ναι.
Άρα κάνουμε remote αυτό.
Or maybe it's this one. If you do the third one. This one.
Oh, now it's closed.
Oh,
It is.
Ναι.
oh, so it is this one, first one.
Yeah, but I think it's the.
Oh, now it's
Yeah,
moving. There we go.
Yeah, but let me just
Okay.
disappear this thing. Yeah, okay,
Did you get it?
yeah,
Awesome.
now you can do it.
Okay.
Here.
Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about our partners. They're all global, open source. We'll talk about our students. We both teach at a pharmacy school, so all of our students are pharmacy students. And we've developed a concentration program, which is like a major within the pharmacy school. And these students all take this major in drug discovery. Okay. And then we'll talk about the impact of the program because we've been running it for a couple of years now. Irina?
Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences has 3 libraries that are not in the same place. We have 3 different campuses and a big online student population. And this course is part of the mission of the, not just the course, but the whole major. It's part of the, fits well with the mission of the university to focus on research and to transform the communities that we serve. You can see also in our vision, we are also very globally oriented. We have 91 international students representing 91 other countries. And we're focused on improving the health of the public. The library is very integrated into the college or university's life. And so as a librarian, I'm also a associate professor, like my colleague who is a chemist, but she's a full professor. And so we both are faculty and are able to work together in problems like that in the classroom with our pharmacy students. So we called the pharmacy students here is listed as the PharmD curriculums. The program is called Doctor of Pharmacy. I don't know if you have a similar degree here, but it's usually a 6-year schooling program. And currently we are focusing in the library specifically a lot on data management and research informatics training. And this is the first major that we've helped develop in that area. As a librarian, one of my goals as assigned by my department and for me is to learn more about data management as a new trend that's out there so we can help our researchers access and share and create information and in an open source as well. The 3 diseases that we were focused with our students was leishmaniasis, American trypanosomiasis, and malaria. These are the 3 neglected diseases that we developed curriculum around for our classes. Like Carolyn mentioned, we couldn't do that alone. We worked together with other partners, and one of them is the DNDI, or Drug for Neglected Diseases Open Synthesis Network. The other one is the MMV Open, which is the malaria open source. They're very similar in the way that they're open and free, open source, huge systems and collaborations where they share the raw data about current existing therapies and new developments in drug development for molecules and new potential targets that are available for other students and researchers to develop together. Their aim is usually to engage students at the level of master's or even undergraduate programs into the drug development of new therapies for those neglected diseases. So we partner with them, and our funding, as Carolyn mentioned, comes from the National Libraries of Medicine to support this work. Some of our student learning outcomes, especially when it comes to the library part, is teaching them how to search databases such as SciFinder, which is a proprietary database which we pay for. It's not a free source, but it's geared towards drug development. A lot of drug development companies use it. The other database that I try to teach the students is called PubChem, which is a free open source large repository and also knowledge base for almost all chemical data information there as well. And another one is Chamble, which is from the European Bioinformatics Institute, that is similar to PubChem, but it also has clinical data in there as well. So we have instruction on this. I myself had to familiarize a lot with the chemical terms because I'm not a chemist by training, even at the libraries. I don't know how it's here, but we don't get specific training. So it comes from working with Carolyn and taking webinars. Some of these sources provide their own webinars that I had to go through and familiarize myself to be able to also teach the students on how to search these databases. And then we also teach the students how to download, process, and analyze open source data. And we also have another database that we were able to purchase, and I think Carolyn will talk about it, which is more focused on drug discovery.
Yeah, so I mentioned we have all pharmacy students. They're terrified of chemistry. You wouldn't think they were, but they are. So the students that sign up for the course are really interested in the chemistry, but we do spend a lot of time talking about the chemistry. The school has 3 campuses. We work on the Worcester campus, but we're connected to New Hampshire. So we're in Massachusetts, kind of central Massachusetts where we work. And each campus has its own library. Just to quickly go over what this major is, we have the students for 3 years. The first year, we teach them how to use the cheminformatics software. So we partnered with a company called Optibrium. It's a very, very, very expensive drug data management source, but they give it to academics for free. So it's really nice. The students all get the same thing for free. We get all of our data, our chemistry data, from either MMV or DNDI, depending on what disease state we're looking at. And again, it's all open source, so it's all available online. So we spend a lot of time teaching the students how to curate it, throw away junk data, duplicate data. The whole first year is the cheminformatics part. Second year is the med chem, so they come into my lab and they start synthesizing compounds that they've designed based on that, the data that we've looked at. And the third year is also 100% in the lab. That's kind of the introduction. So basically, we do teach them about neglected tropical diseases. They take a small course in parasitology. They get introduced to the DNDI and MMV. From the DNDI and MMV, they're truly our partners, and they lecture to the students virtually. And then Irina comes in, teaches them a lot about searching with SciFinder and PubChem. And then we start the Optibrium Star Drop program. Okay. Basically, what they do during that first year is learning how to analyze the drug development data. The sources that they get are enormous. We curate it as professors a little bit to let the students start with maybe 300 compounds instead of 3,000 compounds, just so that they can learn the process. So they develop what are known as structure-activity relationships, because basically you have to get this big chemical structure down to some numbers. So how big is it? Does it dissolve in water? Does it dissolve in fat? What do the appendages on the chemical look like? And everything that we do has to get put into a number so that we can plug it into this cheminformatics and look at everything that's been made, see how well it works, and then design something new. So it's actually a lot for the students to process. But they get very good at the software. That's where I get hung up, and they're like amazing at it. If I get hung up on something, they can help. They can help me with it. And when they have chemical questions, then I can help them with those. So because we're not all chemists, we're not going to go through all the different chemical structures that we get down to numbers. But we look at metabolism of the drug that we're making. We look at how stable it is, because a lot of the compounds that we're looking for have to be heat stable because there's not refrigeration. They can't be guaranteed to stay cold when they're being shipped. And again, everything's about getting it down to a number. And the bioinformatics part of it is similar to any bioinformatics, where they have to learn to curate and kind of look for junk data and pull all that out. You can go on to the next slide. So they learn a lot about data visualization too, just so they can explain why they're making what chemical structure they're making. And again, this is all drug discovery. So they have to make a compound that's never been made before, and just understanding how to search the literature for a chemical structure is new to them, because it's not words. They have to be able to search in what are known as smile strings and different ways to represent chemicals.
Do you mind telling them that this comes from the software?
Yeah, so this software is where we're using the Optibrium software, and we can basically plug in, 300 different chemicals, or however many we have. How well did they work against leishmaniasis or American trypanosomiasis or malaria, whatever disease state we're looking at? And then looking at that information and then being able to make a new compound on the computer that you can then predict whether it has activity. So that's really the power of the cheminformatics. I don't have to make 300 new compounds. I can design 300 new compounds in a day and then just make the one where the cheminformatics says this is going to be your best one. So it's, obviously to design and synthesize and save time.
One thing that I found very interesting is in that proprietary software is that you can actually move the structure very easily. You can manipulate it, which I have not seen it in another place done. I'm sure you probably have seen it, but I have not seen it how you can take this atom out, remove this connection, and it becomes a totally new drug. And then you tested it and see if it's potent or not.
Yeah, and part of it is it has to be a new compound. So the student has to design it and then do patent searching to make sure no one's ever made it or patented it, because everything that they make has to be a novel compound. And again, it's open source, and all my students sign an agreement that they will not patent anything we make in the lab.
And the other thing, if I can add, that I think might be interesting to this audience is that one of the reasons why we teach them PubChem first and Chambal is to see if this kind of molecule has already been made, this kind of drug. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel and then go to the drug discovery products to search to develop a new one.
Okay. Yeah, so you can move on. Yeah. The visualization is important for the students because the numbers are boring and they don't make sense to anybody. But we can get really good visualization. We can say, show us a model of this new structure and make it green everywhere that it's good, make it red everywhere that it's bad for, say, metabolism. Because metabolism means how quickly does it get out of the body, right? So we want drugs that can stay in the body and not get broken down too quickly. So the data visualization is just an important part of the learning. And the second year, they come to the lab part-time, so about 6 to 8 hours, and they try to synthesize one compound that they designed. So it's kind of a nice continuation. We spend a lot of time designing that compound. It has to be something they can make fairly easily, and the nice part about the open source is my partners will send me some starting material so that they don't have to start from scratch. And that's all sort of considered part of the funding when they send that starting material. And then we send it out for biological testing. And then again, the third year, it's more synthesis. It's just full time now. So they're in the lab 40 hours a week for 6 weeks. And we try to get them to make 2 or 3 compounds in that amount of time. So this is some of the chemical steps. So the leishmaniasis and American trypanosomiasis or Chagas disease actually attract a lot of students because they may have had family members with these diseases. Malaria, not technically a neglected tropical disease because it's more funded, but lots of students are interested in joining because they come from malaria, countries that have a high malaria burden. So I'm not going to go over the chemistry because that would be awful. This is just a couple pictures in the lab where they're making compounds. The first time they're in the lab, they work with a partner, and then during their last semester, they're alone. So the impact of the program has been really good. As far as I'm concerned, MCPHS has actually made the top 10 compounds for American leishmaniasis. There's probably 15 universities around the world that are participating, but the compounds that we've made so far have been excellent. And a lot of that goes to the optibrium, the fact that we don't have to make 300 compounds. We can only make a few. So when this slide came out, we had 8 students that had presented. We're now up to 13. They just presented last week at national scientific meetings. We're drafting manuscript with the University of Nottingham that's actually been submitted to Royal Society of Chemistry, and I have 7 of my students as co-authors. And anecdotally, the PharmD students that go through this program land residencies, fellowships, and jobs at industry at a much higher rate than their peers, which is nice. Most of the PharmD students that do this do want to work in drug discovery, so they want to work for a drug company and not be a typical pharmacist. Did you want to? Yeah. Oh.
Just in conclusion, it is actually a good way for librarians to get engaged with this good data. If you in your institutions there is, data management tasks or initiatives, that will be a good way to implement it, and very practical. So I found it that this is great for librarians. It's great for me. It has been. The collaboration is also great because we learn from each other. And then also the availability of chemical data for neglected diseases is an open source. Because it's an open source, you don't have to pay for it. It's an attractive target for developing of this cheminformatics track. And all of that based on some of the assessment that we've done, there's an improvement of the cheminformatics skills of the students come from before they took the class and after. And there's always a need for new drugs, I think, new and cheaper drugs for those diseases. So thank you. Let's see, I think I had another pictures.
Just some posters.
Some posters of the students. And Evharisto.
Thank you very much.
Do you want us to answer questions now? Or
I think at the end of the session, what do you believe?
Now, while you're setting that up, right?
Okay, you're gonna.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we do it like this. You're welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I really appreciate the focus on open source as a way to be sustainable and to teach students how to use both proprietary tools, but after they graduate, losing access to lots of those tools and sources of information. And my question is more about the culture of open source and whether there's an initiative to use OA and open source materials, or how did you select open source? Is it part of the course itself? Is it more built into the PharmD curriculum, or is that something the university supports overall?
The university definitely supports it. Oh, sorry. Am I okay just talking?
Can she talk into that? Can they talk into this?
Yeah.
Answer in that.
Oh.
Because I'm going to go around.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so the university definitely supports it because it's free. Like we're not paying anything for that. But as far as from a chemical standpoint, that just spoke to my heart, that anything that we do, even my lab notebooks are online. Anybody can see them. If there's a drug company that wants to take a chemical and run with it, I'm okay with that. If they want to use it to treat malaria in cattle, like anything, that just speaks to my heart.
Okay, thank you. We have another question here.
In terms of the library, we don't have an initiative such as use only open source. There was some talks about becoming more open source with our textbooks because they're very expensive for students. But in general, as librarians, we do support open source because, and recently there is more focus on research in our institution, and especially on, I mentioned that on data management. So we have a open source. So it is becoming bigger. So, it helps a lot. It's not all, but certain courses are part of my teaching responsibilities. However, that's probably one course or two. The rest, similar to this class and our collaboration, we've been collaborating for 20 years probably in different projects, and not just that. It really is, librarian outreach is more one-on-one and like developing a relationship, which probably is similar to here as well. But the fact that we have the faculty status allows me to go to faculty meetings and be part of the whole conversation and part of the all events that are happening. And I think that's, if I didn't have that venue, it will be hard for me to meet the faculty and establish a relationship. So as an advice, personal relationships are great. And then also maybe starting your own project or your own subject area where, and then seeing what other people you can collaborate with and approaching them. That's usually what we do anyhow, even though we have the overarching thing, but it comes to, I don't remember. Because like I said, we've collaborated a long time ago on, and also funding is available because a lot of the funding from the National Library of Medicine is what we've been doing that encourages this kind of collaboration.
No, that's good. Okay.
Okay, we have one more question, and then we're going to have our next presentation. Here we go.
Yes, thank you. I have maybe different questions. A question: students use more these digital open sources tools. What, in your opinion, are students now less, how can I put, mentally creative or more? Like, for instance, if you gave them a book, they don't use index in the book of
Find the information.
just in your opinion.
Yeah. I think it's just we're talking a different kind of literacies when we do that. So if you're using a book, you have to be able to quickly scan through, use an index, print the book, and then find the information, read it, take notes, etc. With an electronic information, you can search faster and you can get to the point and you can cross-check in between. And then when you use open sources, these are, especially for data, large data like this, these are data that comes from many different sources, not just one. And it's shareable, it's preserved, it's online, accessible by everybody. And so it eventually has the potential to create a larger impact. And I think students also need to learn some more advanced skills in both, whether it's print or online. So we teach them both, but more so online nowadays.
I'll just say the notebooks are online as well. So the chemistry notebooks are online, much more creative and much easier to search. Unfortunately, sometimes they design chemicals that would take 4 years to make, but they are much more creative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great questions.
All right. So now we have this title of our next presentation is The Importance of Health Literacy for Cancer Patients and Their Carers or their caregivers. So I'll turn it over to you. You can introduce yourself and yeah, go ahead, use that microphone.
Hello, my name is Andrea. I'm a first year PhD student. This is the first conference I'm attending. This is the first presentation I'm having. I'm a news editor at the national television. I'm not a librarian, but it seems to me a good opportunity for me to come and exercise, presentation, and research. On my PhD, I study doctor-patient communication, cancer patients, because after a personal experience in 2014, I was diagnosed with lymphatic cancer. I had a 12-centimeter tumor on my mediastinum and 3 brain tumors, but I got cured after 10 months, and I chose to study doctor-patient communication because for me it's very important. My first research was made with my PhD coordinator, Professor Octavia Luciana Medj. So let's begin. We designed a structured questionnaire to assess health literacy levels and related factors for cancer patients and their caregivers in Romania. We found that those possessing higher level of literacy tend to have a better understanding on their diagnosis, engage more actively in their own care, follow treatment guidelines more closely, and enjoy improved health outcomes. In contrast, patients with lower health literacy level tend to have less favorable results, such as heightened anxiety, non-compliance to the treatment, and diminished satisfaction with healthcare services. Health literacy refers to the degree to which individuals have the capacity to obtain, process, and understand basic health information and services needed to make appropriate health decisions. This includes a range of skills like reading and comprehending medical literature, understanding instructions on prescription drug bottles, appointment slips, medical education brochures, healthcare providers' directions, and navigating complex healthcare systems. Health literacy is not only about an individual's ability, but also about the communication skills of health professionals and the accessibility of health systems. Several research efforts, such as the ones highlighted on this slide, have underscored the significance of health literacy in different facets of cancer treatment, such as compliance with prescribed therapies, making informed decisions, patient contentment, and overall health status. We wanted to determine the level of health literacy among cancer patients and their caregivers in Romania. The ones participating in Facebook support groups, providing insights into their ability to understand and navigate complex health information. Also, we examined the relationship between health literacy and various aspects of cancer care, including treatment adherence, patient satisfaction, and decision-making. No. It's less words on the slides. Thank you. So we set up to evaluate the impact of health literacy of well-being and quality of life, and to develop evidence-based recommendation for healthcare professionals, policymakers, and patients advocacy groups to improve patient education, support, and communication strategies. The study employed a cross-sectional design to investigate the role of health literacy in cancer care for patients and caregivers in Romania. The target population for this study consisted of cancer patients and their caregivers who are members of 3 Facebook support groups focused on cancer care in Romania. Participants were eligible for inclusion if they were at least 18 years old and had been diagnosed with cancer or were a primary caregiver for someone with cancer. We made the structured questionnaire to assess health literacy levels and related factors, including treatment adherence, patient satisfaction, decision-making, and overall well-being. We collected data through an online survey administered in April 2023. The questionnaire was distributed to the 3 Facebook support groups. We had 190 answers, which is okay for a small study, with the help of group administrators. Although the groups had thousands of participants, not all of them wanted to answer, but it was their choice. They were informed about the study's purpose, voluntary nature of participation, and confidentiality of the information they provide. Most of the participants had a university degree, 42.6%, followed by high school graduate, 21.1%, master graduate, 18.9%, postgraduate studies, 14%, and middle school graduate, 2.5%. So to analyze the data collected in this study, we performed descriptive and inferential statistical analyzing using the provided data as shown in this table. The primary factors of interest were health literacy level, treatment adherence, decision-making involvement, and overall well-being. Participants were grouped into 3 categories based on their health literacy levels: low, moderate, and high, where low means limited understanding of the health-related information, moderate refers to average understanding, and high is a proficient understanding of health-related information. 15.3% of the participants had low health literacy, 59.5% had moderate health literacy, and 25.3% had high health literacy. So the study found a positive relationship between health literacy and treatment adherence, with a higher percentage of the participants with excellent treatment adherence, 61.1%, among those with high health literacy. Participants with higher health literacy levels were more likely to report higher involvement in decision-making. The study also revealed a positive relationship between health literacy and overall well-being. Participants with higher health literacy levels were more likely to report better overall well-being. I made, like they teach us at doctoral school, health literature review. So existing work from 2 decades ago. I made the study as it said by the book. Existing work from 2 decades ago found that patients with limited health literacy face a number of challenges in both written and oral communications. This can obstruct their understanding of symptoms and negatively impact the stage at which their cancer is diagnosed. The results of these studies indicated that poor health status, lack of knowledge about medical care and medical conditions, decreased comprehension of health information, lack of understanding, and use of preventive services, also increased hospitalization. So all are consequences of inadequate health literacy. So, according to our study, the majority of the participants had moderate health literacy levels, 59.5%. These findings align to the previous research provided by some researchers, Houston, Clark, or Shen, demonstrating that many cancer patients and caregivers may not have adequate health literacy skills required to fully comprehend and navigate the complex healthcare environment. Patients and caregivers, according to these recent studies, have higher health literacy levels, are more likely to understand the diagnosis, participate actively to their care, and experience better health outcomes. So our study shows the same. On the other hand, patients with low health literacy the low health literacy can negatively impact patients' understanding of their own diagnosis, treatment options, and follow-up care, and has been associated with poorer outcomes, such as anxiety, treatment non-adherence, and lower satisfaction with care. Cancer affects not only the person suffering from it, but also relatives who accompany them along this difficult path. Consequently, the health literacy of caregivers also plays a crucial role as they offer assistance to those battling cancer. A lack of health literacy correlates with the reduced medication compliance, deteriorating health conditions, and heightened healthcare care expensive. Cancer caregivers' health literacy levels can be especially significant, as insufficient levels may hinder the provision of appropriate care. Furthermore, caregivers often serve as the primary source of information and decision-making support for cancer patients. Our study also revealed that patients and caregivers with lower health literacy level may face challenges in understanding medical terminology, interpreting medical instructions, and evaluating online health resources. Furthermore, health literacy has been linked to improved overall well-being, emphasizing the need to address health literacy as a key component of cancer care. These findings suggest that targeted interventions are needed to address the specific needs of patients and caregivers in Romania with lower health literacy levels. We came with some strategies for improving health literacy, such as tailored educational materials, such as easy to understand written or visual materials, informative resources that can clarify cancer treatment vocabulary, can improve patient comprehension, but if they are not appropriately distributed, the aids might not reach the target patient group. The result of our study revealed that a significant association between health literacy levels and improved patient outcomes, emphasizing the crucial role of health literacy in cancer care. While the study has some limitations, such as its cross-sectional design, self-reported data, convenient sampling, and limited generalizability to other settings. It contributes valuable insights to the growing body of evidence on the importance of health literacy in cancer care. The findings have important implications for healthcare providers, policymakers, and patients' advocacy organizations, suggesting that efforts should be made to enhance health literacy among cancer patients and their caregivers. I had the question in the questionnaire if the patients or caregivers take information from doctors, books, online, Facebook support groups. Unfortunately, and I can understand that, patients do not read books because of they feel very bad. I know when I was sick, I couldn't read anything. I couldn't go into Facebook. But my mother read books about my diagnosis, and also the advices of other patients who come to the hospital after they are cured. It is also very important. So unfortunately, the patients and caregivers do not have time to go to the library to look for information about the disease. But I think this is a good starting. I will research for more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? A comment, yes. You could speak back in. Well, she's setting up the next talk.
Thank you. I have also cancer in 2014. I was both in Istanbul in Ukraine conference, and then 2 years after also. But when I got the diagnosis from my doctor, he said to me, just don't go to the internet.
Exactly, it's the same thing, but the problem in my country was that they have given me a big diagnosis, lymphatic cancer with B cell. I didn't get a thing. I didn't know what lymphoma is. And I searched Google and I realized it is cancer. So the sky landed on my head, but I didn't search information about lymphoma on the internet after that because I just wanted to talk to doctors. I'm a very communicative person. Here I had I was a little nervous, but I prefer to talk to people, to doctors, specialists, patients who are cured. I was very
anxious.
Yes, it's coming to me in Romanian. The patients who were coming were cured. I was, wow, so it is possible. So I asked them, how did you do it? What did you eat? What did you not eat? So this is the problem in Romania. Doctors do not have time, the time necessary to explain to the patients. In Austria, for example, a cancer diagnosed patient talks 2 hours to a psychologist, and after that he tells him the diagnosis. Not here, I found on the internet. And the second problem why I wanted to study the PhD, I was 29 years old when I was diagnosed, and no one told me to, how do I say it in English, to preserve ovals. If I want to make a baby.
Yes.
So now I'm 39 in August and I can never have children because they didn't communicate with me. But this is not a problem. My purpose is to teach the others what to do and to come with an improvement, as little as it can.
Yeah, in my country, this is Slovenia. They just finished the project called OREF, that means nuts, where the patient get the whole treatment from psychologists, diets, and the nurse took care for each person to get all this stuff, even the sick leaves and all this stuff, because it's really important. And they found out that the women breast cancer come back to the work more than 2 months, stay less at home than before this project started. So in all countries has
Yes,
it's a little bit taboo.
They
Tima.
brought a psychologist, but it was already late. I was already informed. But when I looked, I was curious to read about lymphoma on the internet, and they said you live maximum 5 years after you're cured and you're in remission. So I'm 9 years. I'm 9 years, and I'm alive, and I'm okay.
All right, thank you very much. Knowledge is power. Good knowledge is power. All right, so now we have a virtual session, and I don't know if you can hear me there. Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you. And do you hear me, please?
Okay, we're about to start, and so now we have strengthening health literacy in library practice, activities of the National Medical Library in Prague. All right, go ahead and introduce yourself and get started.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Greetings from capital of the Czech Republic, Prague. I would like to introduce myself and my team. My name is Helena and my colleagues are Eva, Filip, Jitka and Vladimíra. We have prepared a presentation about strengthening health literacy in library practice, activities of the National Medical Library in Prague. We are going to speak about these topics: health policy and health literacy, public libraries in the Czech Republic and National Medical Library in Prague, MedLike web portal and educational activities in support of health literacy, and the evaluation of our e-learning course. Let me introduce our country. The Czech Republic has about 10.5 million inhabitants, and it is a landlocked country in Central Europe bordered by Germany, Austria, Slovakia and Poland. The area of healthcare is an integral part of basic strategic government documents. Strategic Framework for Healthcare Development in the Czech Republic until 2030 is one of the main documents of Ministry of Health of the Czech Republic. The strategic framework contains 3 strategic objectives. The first one, protection and improvement of the health of the population. The second one, optimization of the healthcare system. And the third one, support for science and research. Protection and improvement of the health of the population is divided into primary care reform and disease prevention, health promotion and protection, increasing health literacy. Now, some information about public libraries in the Czech Republic. There are over 6,000 libraries operated by regional authorities, and the Ministry of Culture manages a register of libraries as a public access information system. In the year 2001, the Library Act was passed by Czech Parliament. Development of libraries is influenced by the concept for the development of libraries in the Czech Republic from 2021 to 2027. One part of public libraries is created by medical libraries. There are about 100 libraries in various types of health facilities, medical faculties, faculty and municipal hospitals, hygiene stations, specialized medical institutions, research institutions, healing spa, etc. The institution where our team works is called National Medical Library. Its seat is in Prague and it was founded in 1841. Our library gathers, processes, and provides access to domestic and foreign information sources in the area of medicine and related fields, creates a national medical bibliography and library information system and health literacy portal, provides library and information services, and houses the collections of medical museum. Carries out a number of educational activities for librarians, information specialists, and library users. Our library takes part in two main activities in the field of support of health literacy. Firstly, creation and development of MedLike portal, and secondly, educational activities. MedLike portal is health information service via website. It is selected set of reliable sources for lay people made accessible through the National Medical Library to support an increase in health information literacy. We have our own administrative application, MedLike Admin, and Google Analytics is used to gather access statistics. About 12,000 users entered the MedLike portal about 13,000 times and displayed a total of 18,500 sites in the year 2022. MedLike portal provides trustworthy information sources. Its content consists of information about preventive, diagnostic, and therapeutic procedures of definite medical topics, and information sources are evaluated according to specific parameters, for example, authorship, ownership, up-to-dateness, user-friendliness, and data verifiability. In this chart, you can see comparison of the annual increment in documents in the year 2021 and 2022. The information source can be an article, an audio or video, a book, a website, or a clinical study. In this graph, you can see some number of visits of MedLike's portal during 2019 to 2023. National Medical Library cooperates with National Health Information Portal, which has been created by Ministry of Health of the Czech Republic. Now something about our educational activities in support of health literacy. The National Medical Library in Prague initiated e-learning Moodle course named Health Literacy 2022, How to Better Evaluate Diversity of Health Information. The course was created in collaboration with our library, the First Faculty of Medicine at Charles University, and the Institute for Postgraduate Medical Education. Course objectives was aimed at expanding knowledge of the topic of health literacy in relation to caring for our own health, to motivate librarians to apply the knowledge gained in their own educational practice in public libraries. Librarians from universities, university hospitals, specialized medical educational institutions, scientific libraries, and regional and municipal libraries took part in this course in the year 2022. Of the total number of 67 registered participants, 51 completed this course. Course Course structure is from 3 modules. Module 1, Health and Health Literacy. Module 2, Possibilities for Supporting Health in Public Libraries. And Module 3, How to Search for Medical Information. The respondents evaluated the course by answering 18 closed-ended questions and 6 open-ended questions in an anonymous questionnaire. Only 34 out of 51 respondents filled in the questionnaire. The results you can see in the next charts. Almost half of the participants, 44%, found the benefit of the course in Module 1, Health and Health Literacy, to be excellent. The assessment was carried out on 4-point scale: unsuitable, poor, average, and excellent. 34 respondents answered these questions. More than half of the participants, 62%, found the benefit of the course in Module 2, Possibilities for Supporting Health in Public Libraries, to be excellent. More than 3/4 of the participants, 79%, gave the highest evaluation excellent to Module 3, How to Search for Medical Information. In this chart, you can see that Module 3, How to Search for Medical Information, was related as the most beneficial in relation to practice. The e-learning course fully met the expectations of 21 of its participants, partially met the expectations of 12 participants, and didn't meet expectations of 1 participant. Answering the open-ended questions, respondents evaluated the benefits of the course. Most of all, 49% were interested in searching strategies. Search strategies is the topic most of 37% of participants will apply in practice. And did the participants have to solve any problems? We can see in this chart that 61% of respondents didn't have any problems. 26% of them have solved technical problems, and tests seem difficult to 13% of them. Let's move on to the discussion of our presentation. Firstly, the development of libraries can be directed so that they are an active intersection of reading, information, digital and media literacy. Secondly, there are some important prerequisites for increasing the level of health literacy: information, education, research and evaluation, health communication and working together. And last, medical libraries can play a role in educational activities related to promoting and strengthening health literacy. In conclusion, recommendations are proposed to increase the efficiency of informational and educational activities in libraries so as to strengthen health literacy. First, map guaranteed sources about health and diseases. Second, enhance the competencies of librarians. And third, look for opportunities to promote citizens' health literacy. That has brought us to the end of our presentation, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we have time for a few questions Well, will she be able to hear the questions?
She will hear you,
Okay.
everything.
Are there,
Closing her.
are there any questions? I'll come around with the microphone at there, all right?
Sorry?
A chat question?
Yeah. Afterwards, we will have a chat.
Okay, so we'll do questions afterwards. So we'll set up for the next talk. Once we get that set up, I'll introduce it.
There are no questions in the chat anywhere, anyhow. The mouse is not working, so give me just a second. This is the second analysis, huh? Yes. Okay. I think I'm sharing the screen.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Share, yeah.
Okay, Simona is back. The title of her next presentation is Analysis of Information Exchange in Facebook Support Groups for Cancer Patients in Romania.
Again, yeah, I know. It's always the same problem with it's okay, I'll fix it. I will fix it, yeah, just 1 second. Yeah. Για όνομα του Θεού. Τώρα δεν δουλεύει και το ποντίκι βλέπεις όμως, Τώρα μόνο το... Now we can see it,
Okay, not full screen.
It's okay. Don't, yeah.
It's okay.
You can just put it full screen from there if you want, so you can see the full screen. If you press this one,
Yes.
sorry.
And go ahead and introduce yourself again.
Thank you for your patience. I know my presentations are not as good as yours, but I'm improving it. So now it's not my first presentation. I already have experience. So I wanted to see what cancer patients talk about on the Facebook support groups, because this, I think, in my opinion, it's a big problem because it's full of a lot of bad things. But also, I wanted to see the benefits of the Facebook support groups for cancer patients and their caregivers. For that, I started from the idea that social media has changed the way people communicate and obtain information. Facebook, being one of the largest social networking sites, has transformed not only personal communication, but also the means which patients and caregivers seek health-related information and support. Online support groups have become an essential source of information, emotional support, and encouragement for individuals affected by cancer. So I analyzed the information shared in 4 public and private Facebook support groups for cancer patients in Romania and showed the impact on their members. This is, I wanted to exercise multimodal discourse analysis. The evolution of internet and social media has significantly expanded the accessibility and the diversity of online cancer support groups. Existing work from 2 decades ago found that patients benefit from participating in the discussions that takes place between these online support groups. Previous studies from a few years ago have mainly focused on the role of online support groups in general, without specifically examining the unique features and challenges faced by cancer patients in different countries. Increasingly, cancer patients and their families are turning to Facebook groups, forums, and other online platforms to access information and establish connections with others in similar situations. While research on the benefits of cancer support groups has been growing, there is a notable lack of studies specifically examining Facebook support groups for cancer patients in Romania. Moreover, multimodal discourse analysis, which considers the interplay of text, visuals, and interactions within online communities, has not been extensively applied to the study of Facebook support groups. So I tried to do that. I explored first the landscape of online cancer support groups, and I found that their emergence can be tracked in the mid-90s, with notable early examples such as Association of Cancer Online Resources mailing list, established in 1995 by cancer patient and advocate Gilles Friedman. This platform facilitated connections between cancer patients and their families, enabling the exchange of experiences, knowledge, and emotional support. Friedman, who was diagnosed with kidney cancer in 1993, found that was a lack of online resources for cancer patients and their families. So he created ACOR as a way to connect people affected by cancer with others who are going through similar situations. The objectives of my research are, first, to identify and categorize the types of information exchanged in Facebook cancer support groups in Romania, to examine the role of visual elements, such as images, videos, emojis, in facilitating information exchange and enhancing emotional, and 3, to assess the level of engagement among group members in terms of active participation, information sharing, and providing emotional support to others. So I use a qualitative research design and multimodal discourse analysis after the model provided by Kress and Van Leuven, 2001. I told you I made the research by the book because it's the only way I can learn how to provide research. So this method allowed me to investigate the complex interplay between text, images, videos, and other modes of communication, providing a more comprehensive understanding of how cancer patients interact and exchange information within these online support groups. I collected data from 4 public and also private Facebook support groups. 3 of them were private, 1 of them was public. The inclusion criteria were groups that focused on cancer support and information exchange, had Romanian as the primary language, and had a minimum 2,000 members. I obtained consent from group administrators to collect and analyze anonymized data from the groups. A 3-month period of time was set aside for data collection, January, February, and March 2023, capturing posts, comments, images, videos, and links shared within these groups. I used a web scraping tool to extract the data while preserving the multimodal nature of the content. And the extracted data included text, images, videos, emojis, and reactions, such as likes, loves, and other Facebook reactions. Personal identifiers were removed to maintain anonymity and protect participants' privacy. So the second table presents an example of coded data from the multimodal discourse analysis, which was conducted in 3 stages. First, textual analysis, I performed an inductive thematic analysis on the textual content of posts and comments to identify common themes and topics of discussion within the support groups. This included examining the language used by group members when discussing medical advice, treatment options, coping strategies, and personal experiences. The second was the visual analysis. Images and videos shared within these groups were analyzed to understand the role of visual communication in information exchange and support provision. This analysis included examining the content, composition, and context of the visual materials. Visual data were coded according to themes that emerged from the textual analysis and additional themes unique to the visual materials. And the third, interaction analysis. I analyzed the interaction between group members, focusing on engagement patterns, responses rates, and the use of emojis and reactions. This analysis aimed to understand how group members provided support and feedback, as well as how different communication modes, text, images, videos, influence engagement levels and the quality of the information exchange. A sum of 1,653 posts were documented, with 478 of them starting a new conversation thread, an average of 11 responses per post. Among these posts, 25% included a photo, often showcasing investigation outcomes. So the patients come and post the investigation and they said, please give me an advice. It's a good thing that a lot of people say, okay, go to the doctor, not here, we are not doctors. Other pictures included a photo of the patients. 50% of the initial posts consisted of patients seeking support through sharing experiences, while 42 requested medical guidance. Most of the patients were requesting, but not all of them made it in a correct way. Also on these groups are doctors, which respond to their posts. So this is a good thing, but there is still work to do on these groups. 76% of the information, medical suggestion, was rooted in personal experiences, and 24% involved alternative therapies not supported by evidence. The information exchange in the support groups encompassed topics related to cancer care, including medical information, treatment options, emotional support, personal experiences, and coping strategies. The most frequently discussed topics were related to treatment options, side effects, symptom management, followed by emotional support and sharing personal experiences. The quality of information shared within the groups varied considerably. While many posts and comments was based on personal experiences and or anecdotal evidence, some members shared links to reputable sources such as medical journals, news articles, or official health organization websites. So this is the good thing about the posts. I also analyze, as I said, the visual elements, images, videos, and emojis that play a significant role in facilitating information exchange and emotional support within the groups. The images and videos were often used to illustrate personal experiences, medical procedures, treatment outcomes, while emojis helped convey emotions, empathy, and encouragement among group members. So I found that participation in the Facebook cancer support groups appeared to have a positive impact on the well-being and support networks. Many group members expressed gratitude for the information and emotional support they received, which helped them feel less isolated and more empowered to make informed decisions about their cancer care, as they said. I identified also several challenges and barriers in the information exchange within the support groups, including language barriers, privacy concerns, and the digital divide. Some members struggled to understand complex medical terminology or communicate their needs effectively, while others were hesitant to share personal information due to privacy concerns. In addition, digital literacy may have done it difficult for some people to participate in these online support groups. And the main challenge on on the Facebook support groups for cancer patients is misinformation. The shared information may not always be accurate, reliable, or up to date. So this highlights the importance of critical evaluation of the information shared within these groups. In accordance to recent studies like the one conducted by Parker Oliver et al. In 2002, the role of social media platforms and online support groups in addressing the needs of cancer caregivers is very important. The findings of this study reveal that online support groups provide a platform for cancer patients' relatives and caregivers to share their feelings, to share their concerns, and experience with others who are going through similar situations. So this way the feeling of isolation, depression, and anxiety are a little bit reduced. Why is my research important? Because I believe that analyzing the posts, the actual posts and comments from real Facebook support groups, the study provides insights to the authentic experiences and information exchange patterns of cancer patients and their support networks, making the findings more relevant and applicable to real-world situations. Analyzing online interactions can reveal the types of support, concerns, and challenges that individuals face when dealing with cancer, which may be useful for healthcare professionals and support group organizers. Given that social media persistently assumes a more significant part in individuals' lives, understanding the dynamics and information exchange patterns in online support groups, it is of growing importance. So in conclusion, Facebook support groups play a vital role in providing cancer care in Romania with emotional support, personal experience sharing, and information exchange on medical advice. Also treatment options and coping strategies, which can help individuals navigate the complexities of cancer care and improve their overall well-being. This was shorter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simona. Okay, there might be time. We're actually tight on lunchtime, but we'll see if the virtual one comes up, and there could be any questions for that presentation.
I have a question.
Thank you very much, Simona.
Nikki Hatzipanagio.
I congratulate you for having the courage to do this work, to convert something personal into academic activity, which many of us are learning from. So I congratulate you and wish you the best with your PhD work. Thank you.
questions for you. What does the pronunciation of health literacy is for you? Because for us Eastern European, it's so difficult.
Well, I'm also actually Eastern area. I've lived in the United States over 20 years and lived there. But your pronunciation is
Yeah.
health literacy. Maybe don't literacy. It's perfect. And I'm also a linguist by training from Bulgaria, so the modern linguistics encourage your own pronunciation. So you pronounce it perfect the way you do it.
It passed. I'm alive.
Yeah,
But
Sorry.
Simona, her first two presentations, and health literacy, you say it, perfect.
yeah.
It's, I guess, coming off of health, then literacy, but you can just pause, health literacy. How you doing?
We are your experience now. We are your experience, yeah. Let me just see, Nikki Hadjipanagiotou raised the hand. I don't know if she can hear us and she wants to
Yes.
ask something.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Nikki,
I have a question for Simona.
yeah.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the nice presentation. And I wanted to ask if Simona sees any potential of knowledge sharing among the participants of those groups besides information exchange.
Hello. You asked me if the members share knowledge between them.
Yeah, if you see any potential of knowledge sharing, as I said, besides information exchange, based on your research, of course.
I see potential in sharing personal experiences. This helps a lot. The treatment side effects, they talk a lot about them, and it's okay, but because they can manage them. They can manage the side effects. They talk about them. Knowledge, not very much, but the personal experience is okay in my point of view. When I had cancer, I couldn't get into Facebook support groups. I didn't think about it. So I'm asking, how can they do that? Probably more of the members are caregivers.
Yeah,
My mother didn't know about them, so.
I understand.
They are good, but the problem is the misinformation, the information that is not verified. This is the problem, and I think some people have to moderate the discussion there.
Yeah, I understand. If there isn't any expert, maybe we couldn't say for sure that there is a knowledge sharing. But it was a very interesting research, and if you could, I mean, within the ethical considerations, approach some of these people, the participants of this group, and maybe continue your research with interviews, it would be very interesting. I think that you will have more rich
I already
findings.
did that.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you for the idea, but for my PhD thesis, doctor-patient communication, oncology patients, I already talked to patients from these groups. I made myself some resources, and I will make some interviews with them for the big thesis. This is research for me to learn how to do research. I think it's a good beginning.
Yeah, I wish you good luck. I mean, conducting research is not easy, but it is very exciting. And if you would like, we could stay in touch. And I have several books to suggest for conducting qualitative research if you're interested.
Of course, thank you.
Good luck in continuing your studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you so much for the question and the audience. I have to see if somebody of the last presentation is here, maybe Buzoka or Vanki Okello, because I have something like a presentation, but I'm not sure it's not video. It's not a video, I think. Let me just see. If it's just a presentation,
No. 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 So I think we're done for the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. It's lunchtime out
Yeah.
here. And obviously you can approach the presenters with any questions maybe during lunch. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you, goodbye.
We
Mhm.
didn't have the last presentation though. Because we are talkative enough. I have your pictures. I will send them to you. My email. I will airdrop you the picture. It's gonna be great. Yeah. Thank you for those watching from the house. I'm always, Thanks.